Your wee wee diaper. Hey, don't care. Don't care. A crazy baby. A ugly baby. A crazy baby. A crazy. A so crazy. A baby.
Just landed in Brooklyn. Went to the hood for some bop. Just landed in Brooklyn. Like damn, I'm on my villager tip. Broke stick. Black tea taking Hennessy sips with a rake in my grip in place of a blick. Yo, sorrow. I heard a hood need a rush hour 6. Say less, cause I just landed in. Just landed in Brooklyn. Went to the hood for some pop. Shawty said she from Bushwick, but she on Penn Ave, give it top. Like, she hopping on villager dick. She swallow my kids out the wop. Wait, I just landed in the hood. Finna smoke me a fresh pack of ops. Wait, fresh out of boat and I'm strapped. Bitch, I'm lit out the oolong and liquor. Who wanna smoke to get pet? Up, get turned to a frame on a picture. My bro got a stick in a straw hat. Came from a village of scammers and killers. From the struggle, and I could bet I'm the only team that could say this for the homies out broke bread. We split a 50 when we was still on EBT. I'm trying to move the whole gang out the hood to the family. Got whole team gon' eat. Ain't about blood, about money, this family ties. If I'm Kendrick today, baby Keem. Pray for the day when the brodies gon' eat. Till the end, the motto was by any means. Look, I'm with the gang and we clicked up. We might be deep, but y'all look like some shook ones. Like, rest of y'all suck my dick. Like, how much he taste with a finger whole lung up? Like, I do this shit so my brothers don't gotta be busting their ass for no come up. Like, what? Bitch, I'm the one. I leave them tick like they got a stutter. Wait, just landed in Brooklyn, Went to the hood for some pop. Shawty said she from Bushwick, but she on Penn Ave, give it top. Like, she hopping on villager dick. She swallow my kids out the wop. Wait, I just landed in the hood. Finna smoke me a fresh pack of ops.
He's gonna be like, this nigga not really.
Bitch. Shit. All trees. Bitch. Nigga. Bitch. Shit. Bitch. Shit.
So speaking of the Epstein thing, Wall Street Journal just reported a story that apparently Trump was like, he called them and was threatening to sue them to make sure that it didn't get out. But I don't know if you guys want to, well, I can't put it in the chat for some reason. Oh, there it is. There's one particular part of this story that I think is pretty amazing.
I'll read it. It isn't clear how the letter with Trump's signature was prepared. Inside the outline of the naked woman was a typewritten note styled as an imaginary conversation between Trump and Epstein, written in the third person.
So this was a birthday. This was a birthday card that Trump sent to Epstein in like 2005 or something like that.
Okay. There must be more to life than having everything. Donald, yes, there is, but I won't tell you what it is. Jeffrey, nor will I, since I also know what it is. Donald, we have certain things in common, Jeffrey. Jeffrey, yes, we do, come to think of it. Donald, enigmas never aged. Have you noticed that? Jeffrey, as a matter of fact, it was clear to me the last time I saw you. Trump, a pal is a wonderful thing. Happy birthday, and may every day be another wonderful secret. God damn. Zach, can you show this tweet? Like, put it on the screen.
Talk about like kindling for a fire.
I mean, if it weren't for the pedophile thing that we know about, I think they were gay. I think that they were gay lovers. Like, that's what this.
That actually, yeah.
This feels more like if you didn't know about the island and the children and everything and all of that, and didn't know who Epstein was, you'd be like, oh shit, is this Donald's boyfriend?
It's another interesting moment too, because it feels like a lot of Trump supporters found a way to like just avoid the well-documented,
they don't know,
like best friendship that they had. Like Epstein
they don't
was
know.
On a recording with a journalist back in 2018 saying, just flat out saying, we were best friends for years.
But look where that's reported at. I know that because I'm a Reddit hound. I'm just on there way too much, and I read everything that there is to read on the politics and all the other subreddits about this stuff. I stay well informed. The average MAGA person has no idea, because if you watch Fox News, they don't talk about it. They don't show that big collage of photographs. The other day, we were swapping baby pics in our little group chat. Mm-hmm. I found this old coffee mug that's got me when I was, 8 months old on. It's real cute. And then Chiz sent back a photo.
By the way.
Yeah, thank you. I had you just jealous that I had a hair I had. It was crazy. I must, they didn't know where my mom ended and where I began coming out. but Chiz replied with a
you
picture
just absorbed
of
her pubic hairs on the way.
Yes, they stuck. That's what this is. But Chiz sent a picture of a collage of like baby pictures of him, and they have one like it reminded me of the Donald Trump Epstein collage. There is a collage of photos of them, different suits, different locations, daytime, nighttime, with family and friends, with party girls, in a casino, at a benefit, and it's just like clearly years are changing, because Donald Trump's got the dark eyebrows in some of them. He's got those weird dark eyebrows, and his hair's a little brown.
He's lost those with age.
He had sort of a golden burnished hair color at one point. It was a little dark. The photos are clearly going back for decades and decades.
Can we see your baby picture, or is that private?
Next time I get up to pee, I'll grab the coffee cup. I'll do that.
Oh, I've got it. I have a link in the chat for Zach.
Yeah, sure.
I didn't want to show it without your.
You look so handsome.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah. So anyway, we're gonna see baby Kyle in a minute.
Yeah, and look at this little fella. straight from you. You do.
I feel like that looks nothing like you.
It looks nothing like him at all.
Maybe I was replaced at some point. I don't.
How many
know.
chromosomes did you have in this picture?
Most of them. Most of them. Dude, I was fresh out the oven here. Like
more than you. It's the right answer.
More than you.
I was still sticky.
Did you guys know that allegedly Trump and Epstein's friendship ended because I feel like Woody would be the only one who's maybe heard this.
I bet
like,
I know.
There's speculation that Epstein hit on Ivanka, and like that was the thing that like fractured their.
I heard it was over a real estate deal, that Epstein bought something that Trump wanted to buy, and that was the end of their friendship.
Yeah, either of those seem pretty believable. I could see the real estate thing, but I could also see Epstein probably feels invincible. He's got, an intelligence agency behind it with dirt on everyone, and so maybe he does get a little fresh, tries something with Ivanka, and then Trump's no fan. I don't know.
He's his style.
See, I do believe that he unalived himself, for the record.
No, there's no way. You think that he hanged himself with tearaway clothes under constant surveillance.
I mean, I don't know the logistics of like how to do that in a jail cell, but just imagine you're someone who's worth hundreds of millions of dollars. You're super well connected. You've lived this life of just unadulterated debauchery and degeneracy for fucking decades. And then you wake up one day and you're in a fucking prison cell for the rest of your life. So like, I don't know. For me, like the incentive was certainly there.
Why would he kill himself? There was no
First
info.
time he's been arrested for this. He beat the charges already.
Wasn't
Yeah.
he already guilty at that point? Wasn't he already
He had already been found guilty, and they gave him a sweetheart deal. And
but
the prosecutor said to leave this guy alone. He's with foreign intelligence.
No, but when he unalived himself, had he not been convicted, or was he going to
I'm pretty sure he had not been tried.
He hadn't.
There
They
has-
hadn't
He was
tried.
being held. There was no trial.
Well, maybe he knew
Yeah.
they had him like dead to fucking rights.
On what? It was a totally fictitious thing. Totally made up. There was no.
Files.
They didn't have a rape island and on some fucking private thing with a creepy temple. And so why would he kill? Speaking of which, we got to get Ghislaine Maxwell out of prison. She's been locked up unjustly for this long for doing nothing.
It is creepy that Trump always wishes her well. Trump doesn't have anything negative to say about Ghislaine Maxwell. Trump is always like, she's in prison for her participation in this pedophile ring, and Trump is like, I wish her the best. You know, I hope this works out.
Wish you well.
Wish her well.
Reporting that he was considering maybe reducing her sentence. I don't know if you saw that.
I wouldn't be
didn't
surprised.
see.
I haven't heard anyone powerful in politics say anything negative about Ghislaine Maxwell, which leads me to believe she's got dirt on a lot of people.
Yeah. I'm usually not a big conspiracy guy. Like, I fucking violently resist them because I think, like, America's got... We just become way too conspiratorial, especially
It's
after
funny
the
you mentioned that.
9/11
Next
stuff.
week
But after this, I'm like, I don't know.
Yes, little sweet sneak peek, Kyle. Go ahead.
Yeah, next week is conspiracy theory week. We've got a special conspiracy theory guest. I'm told he's bringing like a PowerPoint presentation. I have no idea what the topic at hand is. And Taylor, myself, and Woody are going to prepare our own presentations. Different. Yeah, we should probably collaborate a little so we don't do the same conspiracy.
This
I
is
don't-
the way you'll do mine.
One of mine, I guarantee, I don't want to say the other, but one is that Lyme disease is man-made. It was a way to test a bioweapon. I think that's a fun one. I need more due diligence, but I am like conspiracy-minded in some ways. Like there's some stuff that's just so silly that it seems almost put there to discount real ones, where it's like birds aren't real, the Earth is flat, dinosaurs are totally fake and made up, and the fossils could only be 5,000 years old. But then there's other things where it's like, oh yeah, a bunch of powerful people with a unified interest acted behind closed doors to achieve those ends, and it's like, oh okay, yeah, well, I believe in insider trading, and so I believe in conspiracies.
The Epstein thing, to me, exists in a really neat place on the spectrum of conspiracies, right? On the far side, you've got the Comet Pizza insanity with the basement where there isn't even a basement and whatever, no proof. Cuckoos believe that. And then on the other side of like very believable is like the US perhaps installed new leaders in Iran and Israel sank one of our ships, right? Like, things that are literally true.
Building 7.
That you would just choose to believe are not true because, you know, you don't buy anything that has to do with a conspiracy. The Epstein thing to me is so much closer to those conspiracies that turned out to be conspiracy theory doesn't mean dumbass theory. It means people are conspiring to do something together. and Epstein to me exists on that actually true conspiracy side of the spectrum and not the wackadoo unproven stuff.
I see like the Epstein conspiracy is like in line with like the Building 7 conspiracy, where it's like clearly things are not as they seem here, and the explanation we're being given is ridiculous.
Well, more so.
There's
More so
probably
than
more
that.
to it.
Because, look, I have a hard time with the sea of evidence. And like we just showed that tweet earlier. But it was text that's supposedly written on a birthday card or a card of some kind. Where's the card at? Where's the card at? You know, if somebody were saying that about any of you, I'd just be saying, well, where's the fucking card at? You can't say that about my friend without showing me the card. I want is there a Trump thumbprint on it? I need a handwriting expert before I'm going to believe that about my buddy. Bullshit. But because it's Trump, I'm like, oh, text on a screen, and I see a lot of that. There are the accusers who accuse Trump, and there are these videos of them testifying or giving testimony, and their faces are blurred, and they describe very graphically about being sexually assaulted, raped by Trump and Epstein and other men on video. But I'm like, I don't understand, like, what this is. I don't know what I'm looking at.
There was a
Trump is suing Rupert Murdoch and the Wall Street Journal for publishing the letter that he says is a hoax. How you muted?
You can tell it's him because of, just scanning over this, briefly, skimming, I should say, not scanning. He's got a bunch of all caps words, and he loves all caps. That might be the most boomer thing about him.
And it's 7 paragraphs long.
Every time he writes fake, he puts it in all caps.
And he doesn't, no paragraph breaks is brutal. Like, that's just straight up rude. If someone sends you a huge diatribe message and they don't even do the tiny bit of work to break it up into paragraphs, I won't read it. It's like, that's ridiculous. That's so rude.
That's why I send you the sentences. I have a bullet point style of texting.
You do, and I appreciate it.
Each message is a separate little thought, and then they stack. And I don't like getting this big giant. That's intimidating. Chiz will send those basketball fucking messages from him that Woody props up occasionally with like a font for some reason.
Now he's going to do it to bother us.
He should be
all
an
three
NBA
of us.
commentator. He is so knowledgeable about the sport. Look, I don't know anything about it, so I'm easily impressed. But still, it's clear that he is so deep in the minutia of the numbers and the stats and who's going to win this or that, or who's and also all the behind the scenes drama. It's impressive, but I don't.
Weird. I'm gonna hit it back on WNBA as often as possible.
That's fine. WNBA I'm kind of into, way more than NBA. Caitlin Clark, Caitlin Clark keeps it hairy.
With a lot of like grander conspiracy, like stuff like the MLK assassination or JFK or whatever, there's this sense of hopelessness or like just inability of action. Like, oh, what am I going to do? Catch these guys? Or no matter how many people I tell, it's not going to get better, right?
Yeah.
And that leads to a sort of, I guess it can lead to nihilism if someone sits in it for too long. But like I said, it's just got to be something that you kind of recognize. It doesn't define you just because it's happening and you can't do anything about it. You're not your inactions. But yeah, I had an entire soul-searching thing over the Epstein stuff.
Yeah.
So.
Are you still like following any of the Ghislaine stuff as that was going on?
Yeah, I've got my own theories about all that. I don't. It's kind of like. It's kind of like a train wreck, but the train wreck's halfway done. Like, like the front car hit and everything crashed. And it's not like, well, I hope the back of the train will stop doing that. No, it's just going to keep piling up over and over. I kept up with it, but not as much as I did originally. Because like I said, you can't, or at least I can't, super invest my time. Like, man, I hope justice is served, because I know the answer. It's just going to make me sad again.
Yeah, it's not going to be served. And it's fun. Like at first, like so many people were like, "Oh, this isn't happening. They're not. There's no pedophile island." And then now, like some of those same people are like, "We got him. The two people on Earth who were doing this, we got them. Don't worry, guys. This was a one-off. It's never going to happen again. It's certainly not happening with other individuals as we speak right now. We got them, everyone. Mission accomplished." It's like, I don't know. Yeah, it's literally like Bush on that fucking destroyer. Well, that thing we said was a conspiracy lie for years was true. Thankfully, the only two individuals globally involved in this have been caught. One of them killing himself when a camera misfired and a bunch of people who didn't work there found their way into his fucking cell.
What if that's the way they said he died? That the camera that was recording him exploded and killed him.
That'd be a little bit more obvious.
He was electrocuted by the camera. Oh, did we have that on film? Well, think about that one. All right.
the conspiracy would be a little more obvious.
He was a terrible person at hanging himself. Hanging himself and bruising and breaking that many ribs. Like,
I mean, what, he never done it before?
Well, the guy who ended up doing it, at least according to McAfee, before he also CO'd himself.
Okay.
that guy's okay.
Well, hold on. I got an okay from Kyle. Go ahead. What was that?
Well, I mean, all right, Mac.
He was on the show, on our show.
No.
He's a goof.
I didn't know that he was on the show. That's interesting. No, I'm not saying that he was murdered. I do think that he did commit suicide.
He did. Yeah.
I wasn't being sarcastic on that one. I literally meant he did CO himself.
Yeah.
I'm talking about the guy that McAfee tweeted and was like, "This is the guy in the jail," which he was right. The dude who was a former cop in New York was the one who was. You remember how Epstein was like almost strangled a week before he died?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so that guy did get like moved and separated and all that, but then they kept him in the same jail and like on the same cell block or whatever, and he was a couple cells down whenever the cameras went out, and like the room that Epstein died in was previously that guy's room, so it's like, oh, well, of course it's gonna have DNA and fingerprints and blood and whatever all over the place. Yeah, just because I went down the rabbit hole stuff like that.
Jesus,
it hurt a lot.
It's interesting.
Cal, are you okay? You look.
Pure talent standpoint, you're right. You know, Kevin Spacey's got more in him, but also he was like flying on the Epstein plane and going to Little St. Thomas, Little St.
If we had a list of everyone who flew on that plane, though, I guarantee there's lots of people who were on that plane.
Well, not just the plane. Who went to the island? Who are the people who went to the island? I don't even think Trump went to the fucking island, and he was riding on that plane too. Who went to Epstein's?
Epstein has an island?
Yeah, that's where he does his.
I read Epstein might be a billionaire, so that's his level of wealth. Call it somewhere between 0.9 and 1.1 billion.
Have you seen all these like real finance people being asked like, "Hey, do you know how Epstein made his money?" And they're like, "I do not. I don't know how he made his money." And apparently his hedge fund thing has one client. And his one client is also kind of like implicated in a lot of this nonsense. So hopefully a lot of pedophiles get brought down, but what I'm going to wager will happen is exactly what I think Woody said on PKN, which was like the Panama Papers thing, where when a couple years ago people were like, a huge story broke, everyone on earth who's rich is hiding their money and not paying taxes. And everybody's like, well, that's certainly interesting, and but look at this cute dog that learned a tricycle. Like, and everybody's like, oh, okay, we'll forget about that. So I think it's going to be another thing where too many rich people are involved that they just have enough power to get away with it.
No, I think he's going to.
He even has Epstein has a creepy ass temple or some weird like religious looking building on his island. Have you seen that?
Has a temple.
Taylor, you act like nothing came out of the Panama Papers, but you're wrong. Daphne Galizia, whatever the journalist who did it, died in a car bombing. So,
holy shit.
So that's a thing.
That's what came out of it. You keep your fucking trap shut, Daphne.
Here, look at this creepy ass thing that's on what some people are calling Pedophile Island.
Well, there's nothing.
What is that?
That is a poop.
That's like a religious looking building.
Yeah.
It looks like he's got like a temple on his.
I don't even know what to call that styling. Is it Russian? Is it Buddhist? Is it like, where do you see those domes?
A cult temple on Little St. James, pedophile Jeffrey Epstein's private island. Cool.
I like the pedophile's like his new prefix.
They call it Lolita Island.
Yeah, they call his plane the Lolita Express.
Yeah, I bet he doesn't care for that.
No. Well, you know, I think he's got bigger problems on his plate. Or maybe he doesn't. Maybe they like...
All right, here you go. Here's Stephen Hawking at the island. Are you telling me Stephen Hawking was a pedophile? He couldn't even move his hands.
Could he even get his dick hard?
This just goes to my point that
not for women, only for girls.
Just because you associated with this man, or you were on his plane. I'm starting to sound like I was on the plane, and I'm just trying to brace people. Just because you were on the plane, maybe you were on the island. Perhaps there's a video of you in that temple wearing a gold dress, doing a dance with some little boys.
Hello, my friend. Today we are at Pedophile Island.
Maybe the guy was just into collecting guns, and I thought that was cool. All right.
This woman
I will
looks
use
like
this Uzi to shoot 9-year-olds running around in seductive attire.
this woman looks. She's had a terrible day. She's unhappy on the right. She's unhappy, and her nose is red. Or maybe she's having a great day.
photograph.
Maybe it's just that.
She looked unprepared.
I don't know.
Maybe
Stephen
she's
Hawking's
like, this
posing.
was a lot of fun until a naked. This I really liked the island until a naked 7-year-old served me my entree. Yeah, Stephen Hawking. What's he gonna do? Like he can't
Exactly.
do
What I'm getting at here is just because you associated with this guy or you were on his plane or on his island doesn't mean anything. It's just my thought process. Like the guy, it seems it was a pedophile, but that wasn't his defining quality. I mean,
What was it? Being a fake money mogul who had a client?
Well, they're not saying he's a fake money mogul. He was definitely he definitely is incredibly wealthy. What they're saying is that perhaps he gained this money nefariously in some way. They're having a hard time tracking down.
They said he was I think it was Dershowitz or someone who got him off early years and years ago. Or got him off for his shit 12 years ago, said he was in intelligence. In the intelligence community somehow. But they didn't say he was in the U.S. intelligence community.
Interesting.
Which seems...
I don't know anything.
I don't know either.
Maybe something will come to light. This guy seems very mysterious. It's possible that he's just a real nice, fun-loving guy and he's being smeared.
What?
So
That's possible? There's photos of him on his plane with little girls.
Show me. Please.
Check.
Alan Dershowitz. So what happened? Here's the look into it view of this. This guy was widely known for going to his island having sex with little girls. I think Alan Dershowitz was his attorney, which doesn't right out of the gate make him a bad guy. I mean, even bad guys get attorneys. That's the scoop. And then he got this really sweetheart deal by the prosecutor where he basically didn't have to go to jail. They sent him to jail, but he only had to stop in. It was almost just a nighttime thing.
The prosecutor claimed that Florida was just going to drop all charges and that's all they could get him. That deal was the best they could do.
That's his claim. But what I'm also reading is that they shut down the FBI investigation and kind of just gave him a slap on the wrist. He barely had to go to jail, etc. And Alan Dershowitz is now saying he's doubling down. He's I could have got him an even better deal than practically not jail.
Wow.
I don't know. And now he's the labor secretary. So, I don't know.
I'm not even defending Trump in any way on this shit. I want anybody who's doing nasty stuff with these kids to come and pay the piper. But of course they won't because rich people play by a different set of rules. It's so fucking annoying.
In the one where he got off, I think he barely got a slap on the wrist. Trump was implicated as having slept with these girls. And I read it on PKN. I don't know if I want to read it again. It takes over a minute, but
Yeah, it's kind of long.
But basically, he made 2 little girls do lesbian stuff, then blow him, and then he fucked them. And they begged for a condom. He said no, and then he tossed money at him and said, "Get an abortion." This is sworn testimony in the first trial. Sworn testimony doesn't mean it's proven, right? It just means that's what he said.
It's pretty fantastic. It's like if that's true, dear God, like what have we done? like you almost. I don't know.
None of this stuff ever has any proof, right? All this Me Too stuff, all this rape stuff, it's all shit that seemed to happen 12 years ago. In 3 people all saying it didn't happen.
Maybe that's just the nature of it,
Yeah.
If I had to prove, I'd have a hard time proving a consensual sex act that I was a part of 10 years ago, I mean,
the nature of sex.
I mean, I've got a hard drive somewhere, but I don't remember the password. I tried to get into it the other day. I tried all my common ones. This is actually a legitimate question. I've got this computer with some materials on it, and I'd like to extract them. Can I just pull the hard drive, plug it into a computer I know the password to, and access that hard drive? Is that how that works? I'm dumb.
I think it would work, unless the drive's encrypted. Which,
I mean, you know something's
The drive's
going
not
on with the guy.
encrypted. It's nothing illegal. All right, these are just my personal memoirs. What did Dennis call his sexual memoirs or whatever?
you should actually be able to buy
conquests,
a USB adapter and it would be super easy to like externally connect that to your USB port and access it like you do SIM card. Also, not a SIM card, but it's a mini SD card from a camera.
Yeah.
It would look like the procedure would be like that.
It's very frustrating. I can't remember this password, and like
I mean, you know that the guy isn't just some fun-loving, plane pilot with an island, because they found tons of naked pictures of underage girls and discs and shit on there.
Sure.
With like names of people and then the name of the girl, and they haven't divulged what names of the people are on there.
I mean, that is how they.
There is some shady shit going on with this guy. I hope he goes down for
He's
it.
a real sex offender already. It's really fishy to me, and I'm conspiracying it right now, that he got off so light. We were talking about this on PKN. He's not just rich, right? Because if I won $1 billion lottery, I wouldn't get sweetheart deals like this. He's rich and he's connected.
Yeah, he's
Republican and Democrat, and that's how he gets out of. That's how he gets away with this incredible stuff.
There's an episode of the X-Files where this guy is trying to get this government information to Mulder, the main character of the show. And what's done to him immediately is there's a raid on his house where they find child pornography. And it's like, yeah, that's what the government does. But Mulder's like, is this real? He's like, this is what they do, because nobody will question me, and everybody will hate me, and nobody will believe anything I have to say. Maybe this guy is like a fucking superhero. Maybe he's out in that plane with that island doing the Lord's work. All right, but some of it's counter to what the United States intelligence community, which he used to apparently be a part of, wants to have.
No, they didn't say U.S. community. They just said
this guy is a bastion for American freedom. He's out there doing the Lord's work, and they're smearing his good name with this pedophile nonsense. And then they're trying to bring the great golden god Donald Trump down as well, trying to just throw him right into the mix.
Just because Trump said he was a great guy, he loved beautiful women, but the younger side. But he loved them younger than Trump did.
This is classic New World Order deep state tactics.
This is NWO stuff we're looking at here, folks.
We're not
and
talking
what's
about
funny
wrestling.
is like I was making fun of Alex Jones, but
I know.
Alex Jones, ironically, was one of the people who came out with the Epstein stuff like long time ago, and everybody was like, "You fucking kook, that's not happening." Like that's
Alex Jones is right half the time.
A broken clock is right twice a day. He's wrong about his neck thickening salve, his bone prop, all of that. He's wrong about pizza.
What about crystals? Tell him about the crystals, Taylor.
Kyle, we discussed in private. Those are my personal collection. I will not give that power to the rest of the populace. They're better than us.
It'd suck if someone from either side, any of those guys, you should leave those people alone. I don't know. This country's been real stable politically my whole life, and I kind of got used to that. And I am a little worried that Trump might overindulge, because
imagine if he wants parties in power was like really vindictive towards the head guy of the other party.
Trump is guilty. No one ever argues that he's innocent. They always argue that they shouldn't. They argue.
They were doing.
They argue that anything. They'll argue that the timing is funky, that he's immune to prosecute. They never say he didn't do it.
I'm sure if you look into any real estate magnate, you can find stuff. But they were hitting him for shit like, "Oh, Mar-a-Lago's only worth $18 million." My ass, it's worth $18 million.
He tripled the size of his apartment. The thing was like 10,000 square feet. He claimed it was over 30,000 square feet.
He was counting the roof, Woody.
That still wouldn't do it.
Build a couple levels up there, a little patio hanging off the side. What's your problem? Get creative.
I just don't see I don't care about him lying on even the bank he purportedly did lie to, because he did make that up.
You care about the second
the bank
where he pinned that woman up against the wall and finger banged her?
Yeah, there's a lot of discrepancies in you're talking about the woman who went on CNN with Anderson Cooper, and they had to cut the interview short because she talked about how it was sexy, and she was clearly not fully with it, that woman.
What, 3 minutes in this little dressing room? I just say it's the fight. That way I'm not the victim, right? I'm not the victim.
You don't feel like a victim?
I was not thrown on the ground and ravished, which the word rape carries so many sexual connotation. This was not sexual. It hurt.
But I think most people think of rape it is a violent assault. It is not.
I think most people think of rape as being sexy.
Let's take a short break.
Think of the fantasies.
We're just going to take a quick break.
The woman whose story mirrored that of a CSI episode, who posted on Facebook that she was a fan of Trump's years after the reported incident?
This same story since long before that CSI episode. She's been telling it since the beginning. She told her family, her friends, etc. She cried to her mom and her best friends about what happened to her. There's she had people testify from the department store that it happened. Like, it happened.
They've thrown so much shit at him and so much of it has not stuck, that my default is almost now like, oh, of course they're throwing more nonsense at him. Like that, they tried this 13-year-old thing right before the election, and then that fell to action.
You see that girl's testimony? It's on YouTube. It is compelling. Yeah, and then they started going at her, and she said, "Fuck it, it's not worth it. Why am I going after Trump?" Like, she has everything to lose and nothing to gain.
They have. I'm sure there's a lot to gain, but it doesn't matter. In that, as a viewer of it, they have lied and made so much shit up.
So you haven't seen it?
Now I have.
No, it's false. Okay.
No. I was saying that this is the same story they rolled out right before the 2016 election, and then it became nothing immediately after. You remember that, right? Where they were like, "This is
2005." This testimony, I don't think it's from right before the 16.
No, it was rolled out as a big news story, like the final last gasp to try and ruin him. I remember that specifically.
Rolling out again right now.
Yeah,
it becomes relevant as he becomes relevant. And then his interview with Howard Stern is like getting traction again, where he said that he liked to go behind stage at the Miss Teen USA pageant because he's inspecting it. You should hear his audio. He's obviously creeping about it. Or the time he was on the escalator when he talked to that 10-year-old girl and said she'd be dating him in 10 years. Like, this is creepy.
That is creepy. That's a fun joke. I like the 10-year-old joke.
Yeah, that's weird.
That's a self-deprecating joke if you think like Trump, though. He's saying, like, that's what I do. Is
a very generous interpretation of hitting.
Well, nobody thinks 10-year-olds are hot. Even if you believe the Epstein does. Oh, come on. He wasn't asking Epstein for 10-year-olds. It's documented. Woody, he liked the 13, 14.
All right.
Checkmate it, my friend.
I can't win them all.
Yeah. I mean, it was 15 or 20 million killed.
They've done so. I say 30 million. Yeah. And I could be wrong about all of it. He could have done all of it, but at this point, they've spent almost a 10-year period making shit up.
Personality aspect of Trump. Like, no one made up that he said you can grab women by the pussy. That's his audio. No one made up this thing about 10-year-olds trying to date him in 10 years. Like, no one made up the flight logs of him being on Epstein's plane. No one made up all logs of him going back and forth to Epstein. This shit isn't made up. It's factually evidence. What happened is they released the Epstein court documents recently, which is putting in the news again. Let's
do the Billy Bush thing. When you heard him say, you could just grab him by the pussy and they let you do it. Like, when he did that whole speech, and this also comes down to like a not uncharitable interpretation from your part. Like, I agree that the 10-year-old comment is pretty fucking creepy, but that was clearly a dude trying to seem cool and like, oh yeah, I'm a billionaire, I fuck all the time, women love me, they know me, I'm Trump, I got hotels, look at me. Like, he was bloviating and talking big. And they pretended as though that was him being like, yeah, I'm a serial criminal. I'm out there grabbing people. And they say, stop. And then I go, no. And I keep like...
I thought that's what he did. I think he actually goes around and, like, maybe not as regularly, but, like, he's grabbed a few. You know what I mean? You know how you, like, do something, like, 3 times and you're like, bro, trust me, I'm all the time doing backflips. In your head, you're like, I made the last 2.
Well, Taylor asked me a question. So the thing that when they deposed him for the Eugene Carroll thing and said, hey, this thing that says here that you can just grab women by the pussies because you're a star. And he's like, well, historically they do let you do that. That's true. You might not like it. You maybe will, but yeah, you can do that. So, like, was he bloviating and pumping his own tires? Yeah, that possibly. That'd be a charitable interpretation, but not a wild one. But then when they deposed him and he doubled down, it's sort of hard to look at it as this is just a guy being
He did
silly.
say they let you do it.
But yeah, I'm really not saying that his let him
I love the
grabbing him by the pussy
I know.
is the problem. I'm saying it lends towards who this man is.
Oh yeah, I have no doubt. See, this is what I dislike about Trump a lot is that he's clearly a creep in a lot of ways, but they have made up so much shit.
They didn't make
now
the Epstein call.
We'll see what happens with the Epstein thing. If they come out and you see real deal shit with that.
What did you think about Joe Biden's daughter's diary?
I can't recall the details of it. I remember it being not so
sounded like he molested her.
Forced her to shower.
Yeah, I can't argue. I don't know the details.
But like that's like the media has made this world where
there's a good chance both of our retarded old presidential candidates that 70% of America would rather have someone different in both slots if they could.
Yeah,
it's a very good chance that both of them like them a little young. All right, that both of them do, and there's so much. Look, I believe if 10% of what both of them are accused of is true, they are awful human beings, and they shouldn't be running a fucking Dairy Queen. You know, it's wild that this is what we have.
I would really prefer neither of these people.
No shit. Yeah, don't your hands have tremors with Parkinson's though?
Yes.
Yeah, it's a big part of it.
Well, we haven't seen
Biden
that
doesn't have that. Yeah, that was one thing doesn't seem to fit.
Yeah. Yeah. In any case, my prediction is that there's like a 50-50 shot that Trump becomes an emperor next year, and the God Emperor Trump jokes come true because seems to be the way things are heading if he wants to take the crown.
If this news cycle about Biden dropping out exhausts itself in the next few days, I guess it'll be Biden, and we'll see where it goes.
Yeah, I think it will
be Biden.
I hope it is.
Well, fingers crossed. I think Trump's going to win there.
Biden.
Right now, it looks like Trump's going to win. You'd be silly to think otherwise.
I think were they actually kids on the island? Like I feel like all the pictures I have seen have been like young women who were far too young. Don't get me wrong, but like not children. I never saw any pictures of like 8-year-olds, 12-year-olds.
It looked more like an entrapment thing, where it's like because there were cameras in every room where people were fucking in that weird ass temple, and it's like, you fucked a 16-year-old. You've just been got. Looks like you're agreeing with all the policy I want put forward, or this is going to leak. People are going to find out. That's what seems more like.
Did Epstein not think that the cameras would come back to bite himself in the ass?
Maybe he clearly did. In 2007, he was so sure of himself getting off that the authorities would let him go that he was like laughing about being caught with stuff. Like he thought he was totally invulnerable. And when you have dirt on the most powerful people on earth, you largely are invulnerable. But and I watched some of the Netflix documentary on Epstein, and it's hilarious how they try and hint at like, and this Lone Ranger of pedophilia. And it's like, you son of a bitch. We know he's more connected to powerful organizations than you're letting on. You can't just own an island and come up with $1 billion out of nowhere and then have kids getting molested.
Yeah. Why is it any of this footage come up? Like either against Epstein or against some powerful figure? Like if there's footage of all these people having sex with children, why is all of it so hidden? Why is none of it used?
If you're powerful enough to have a rape island with underage kids fucking with like kings and princes and special agents coming there and presidents, you're definitely powerful enough to cover it up when the time comes. There was aerial photos that showed prior to the raid all the computers that were in certain areas, and then as the raid was happening, there were other aerial photos that showed through those windows, like the computers were gone by that point, and we haven't heard anything about what was on those.
Well,
so it's definitely people think.
That footage exists. You could bet your ass that's not destroyed. Somebody backed it up before they destroyed it on those computers, and I'm sure it exists somewhere. I don't know who's holding it now.
What site? There's so many sites.
Which ex-girlfriend site was he in?
That's the best. What's the name of the Epstein chick? Ghislaine Maxwell?
Ghislaine?
I guess, yeah, Ghislaine. So I wonder what we get out of her.
I don't think we're going to get anything. If you've looked
Steamy stories, I guarantee.
If you've looked into Ghislaine Maxwell, she's the daughter of Robert Maxwell, and Robert Maxwell was one of the most prolific Mossad agents of all time. He was actually a double agent with the UK back in the 40s and 50s. He had a lot to do with the formation of Israel as a state, and so she clearly just
keep her mouth shut.
Worked with Mossad, and I believe Mossad worked with the CIA. Mossad is Israel's intelligence, like CIA. Our CIA is obviously our CIA, and so I think Mossad and the CIA worked together with Ghislaine Maxwell, Jeffrey Epstein, all of them, in order to entrap powerful people and get them to do what they want. That seems to be the most logical thing, especially given the fact that she comes from a family of Mossad agents. Like it's
so you think even now she still wouldn't break that because it could still be used against these powerful people. So she's not going to say anything.
Oh, she's fucked. She will not be allowed to say a single thing. Like
why can't she say, "Hey, Tom Hanks, here's some video of Tom Hanks having some sex on pedophile."
Not my first guess.
Part of
okay.
It just popped in my head.
Wouldn't that just destroy all your faith in humanity if Tom Hanks turned out to be a real scummy
dude, just a piece of shit?
He was the best of us.
I think it would give me some. Like if Tom Hanks was a piece of shit, you know what? There's hope for me after all. All right. Tom Hanks was a pedophile? Oh, I'm gonna wake up tomorrow with a shine and with a little jump in my step.
Tom Hanks.
Yeah. Everybody hear that?
Love Tom Hanks.
If it comes out with Tom Hanks,
I'm not Tom Hanks.
But really, yeah, that's what it seems to be. It seems to be a psyop to get people to implicate themselves in crimes and then have it held to their feet held to the fire.
So now she's just a person who knows some information, but other people know it. So if she spills the beans on these people, it kind of ruins the ability to still use these high-profile people. And why would she do that?
There are clearly some people.
Is that they will do the same thing like with the Netflix documentary on Epstein, where they try and make it seem as though Epstein, Ghislaine, they're all atomized individuals just doing something on their own.
Right, crazy on their own.
It will never implicate a larger organization in it. And the fact that authorities now entirely control what Ghislaine is able to say means that we'll never actually know what she has to say. We'll never fucking know.
Here's the thing.
That is true.
There are clearly people in powerful positions who are not in on the jig, right? We're not in on the conspiracy. If that wasn't true, she wouldn't be arrested right now. She wouldn't be on trial right now. They wouldn't be like trying to get information out of her. She'd be scot-free and okay. So somebody is acting honestly, right? Someone is trying to get to the bottom of this. And I won't deny that there's probably people trying to make sure they don't get to the bottom of it, but let's watch how it plays out.
But
I don't see it.
He was also arrested.
I'm sorry,
you could
say that again. It was cut off.
Oh, sorry. You could have said the same thing about Epstein.
Yeah, I think it's still true.
You know, he's been arrested and this and that, and all the cameras failed. Do we need to look at the photo of the cop murderer that they put in the cell with them? That horrifyingly large individual.
Not on steroids, yeah.
That guy was so scary. That guy was so scary.
So Taylor, I agree with what you're saying, except I don't think that you countered my point. There are people in on it and people who aren't in on it. If everybody was in on it, he'd have never been in jail. Somebody was trying to get to the bottom of this Epstein thing, and then somebody else made sure he died.
I think it's more of a problem of public perception.
Former National Hockey League enforcer Nick Tarnasky. Here's the rest.
Try him, boy! Buddy, you're gonna get. I don't give him. Badly. Good. Let's go, man. Buddy. Oh. I'm not stopping. Oh, no. You guys need to get off the golf course. Yeah. No, now. Go no. Back up. Go now. Park and go. You're not scaring anybody. You just need to. I don't. Hey. Come on, man. Hey. Hey. Off to a good start, buddy. I told you. You want to know? Scream at me. I got it all on record. Around the goal. I got it all on record. Around the goal.
That's crazy, baby.
Hey, go, guys.
That's crazy.
I want you to go
What's
back.
up, buddy? You want some help?
Hey. You want some food? Man, how to get in there? Like, enough. Are you still cheating on you? Enough. Get out. Hey. Enough. Hey. Get him out of here. No, it's not going to go well. It's not okay. I asked you to get moving. I said stop looking like an idiot. Get out of here.
Now, while the fight was what it was, the comments did not disappoint. Someone screenshotted the dude in the Hawaiian shirt getting his behind handed to him when he was midair, being thrown. And then there was another. I told you they didn't disappoint. One commenter wrote, so drunk he can't tee up a ball, decides to fight a guy a foot taller and 50 to 75 pounds heavier. This exchange also made me laugh. This might literally be the most humiliating beatdown I've ever seen. Reply, he kept getting up though. He has that Rocky level heart. Now, as this news broke, Tarnasky's current employer, which is Red Deer Minor Hockey, where he coaches the U17 squad, well, they say they're looking into it. They told TMZ this. At this time, given that we understand the matter,
Officers with the Santa Fe Police Department received a call about a woman who was carjacked and kidnapped at knife point. Officers initiated the pursuit, but no one could have prepared them for the horror that followed.
They're making a left turn. They're headed southbound on Carolina, and they're headed back up to St. Mike's now. Copy on Carolina. They're turning around now. Go back. That'll be the Sentry Boy for 2. You can see the Sentry Boy. We're going back eastbound on St. Mike's, passing Pacheco. We're being in and out of traffic. Copy that one. 254, you go ahead, I got comms. Let's just make sure that the third officer goes and gets 49, please. Meanwhile, you guys stay on it, please. Santa Fe notify the SONSP, please. So eastbound speed is about 63, and we're passing both officers. Now turning on west, via west. Turn on Royal Treviso. We are now headed back northeast over I-25, continue over I-25, and just be flipping around now, and we're going to be oncoming traffic. He's going to be on to oncoming traffic going over I-25. Now he's headed on to I-25, wrong direction, and he's going to be headed on to the French Road.
Monitor it as best as you can. Break Santa Fe, the information that we have is that was kidnapped in that vehicle, is that correct?
Yeah, female approached a calling party, said that there was a male in her car with a knife that wouldn't get out. Female got back in the car, they both took off. The whole female and male, the man should be in that car. She was screaming to call the police, but the vehicle left the parking lot.
6, Judge Stephen is going to keep the location updated for SO and SP.
Yeah, we're still currently headed southbound, opposite lane, and we are headed to come up to exit 290.
Copy that, coming up to exit 290. Copy that, coming up to exit 290.
Speeds are at 87. Light traffic at the moment.
Get back onto
I-25, and now we're headed back into Santa Fe.
Copy. Anybody that's ahead of us that's close to the highway, let's see if we can get some spikes set up. We're again headed in the opposite lane of travel. Start slowing traffic down that's coming the opposite direction again. Start slowing traffic down that's coming the opposite direction against them.
Speeds are at 90, light traffic.
We're currently headed back to exit 284.
Light traffic, speed still at 90.
Speed still 90, light traffic.
You're on the southbound lane? Exit 284.
Light traffic, speed still at 90.
Speed still 90, light traffic.
You're on the southbound lane?
People attempt to call 911. You can cancel the call. Please hold the phone button.
Moments after the crash, the suspect sideswipes a truck.
He just wrecked out. Swipe the truck.
He's slowing down, going to the left.
Get
out of the car! Get out of the car right now!
319, myself and another unit just got into a head-on collision here.
Let me see your hands! Walk to me! Where is he? Where is he? Walk back to me! Walk back to me now!
How are you guys 10-4? I got the female coming back to me right now.
Probably one not standing in the car.
Come back to me. Let me see your hands.
319, I'm 10-4. I'm going to check on the other unit.
Come back. Where is he?
He went that way.
What is he? Is he in the car?
No, he went that way.
Come here. Get down. Get down. Let me check you.
Okay.
Get in the car.
Okay. Oh, God, help me.
Get in the car. Get in the car. Let me see. I need to check you. I need to check you for weapons.
Okay.
Where's he at? Who is it?
His name is Mark. He's my boyfriend.
Does he have any weapons?
Yes, he does.
What does he have?
He has a gun.
Where is he at?
He went running.
He ran?
Yes, he did.
Okay, stand by. So I have the victim right now in the back of my car. She's saying it's her boyfriend. Unknown of the name yet. He's got 1080 with a gun. Went into these bushes right here.
Okay, let's get some clarification on exactly where we're at, and we need to establish a perimeter on that, please.
Okay. What is his name?
His name is Mark.
Mark what? Okay. Where he ran off or what?
Yes, he did.
Are you sure he's not in the vehicle?
I'm sure, sir.
You're positive?
I'm positive, sir. He hit me, and he ran.
Okay. We need to clear this vehicle as well. I don't know if there's anybody else in here.
According to the GPS, they're probably about 285, maybe 250.
Oh, he was gonna burn me. He was
Did he stab you at all?
Fire.
Did he hurt you at all?
Get you over to a medical dispatcher, that way they can take all your information.
No.
It's saying that the suspect is a Mark. I can't see if there's a driver. There's a description on him just in case.
Do you need a medic? What's going on right now, okay? Just stay calm.
You're good. Hey, man, come out for me. Come out this side. Come out this side. Come out here for me. They have a chick. We have the girl. So it's just him in there? Hey, it's just him in there. Oh my god. Where is this at? They have a chick. You guys have the chick, right? Oh my god. Okay, we're gonna get some officers over there. Can I get any of you guys to break somebody? Somebody says just north of us there's a 10-7 officer. I don't know what's going on over there. I see, and then
I don't know exactly what's going on.
I'm here. What do you say?
This guy is probably hurt the horses right now, and your officer is complaining of chest pain. These guys are helping me just with kind of first aid stuff. But I'm sorry, guys. I'm really sorry. Right now, and you're. This guy is probably hurt the horses right now, and your officer is complaining of chest pain. These guys are helping me just with kind of.
What were you saying about that 10-7? So when the officers were pursuing, there was a collision involving one of our officers. Okay. 2 officers were there. One guy got out. He said we just were involved in a head-on collision. The officer that I was able to raise on the radio told me that he was 10-4, but was checking on the other officer. We got a secondary call from a female who said that she's out with a 10-7 officer. Okay. So right now, I have a sergeant that's over there along with those guys. Okay. Our pass out. We got a secondary call from a female. I have a sergeant that's over there along with those. We got a secondary call from a female. I have a sergeant that's over. Pass out. Some water, brother.
Why? Brother.
We have some if we'd like to get that shut down in case we get involved in something here.
Just gonna wait down here. If you guys saw anything, wait off to the side of the
Here, it won't glance. We're gonna start doing an open area search. Relationship between suspect and victim?
She escaped in a pursuit exceeding 100 miles per hour and was later questioned by officers at her home.
And he ran the other way.
Ran what other way?
How much Solari do you? Here, come on, Discord.
I'm trying to buy all the stuff for the Harkonnen. Harkonnen for the like freaking skins.
Like, how much Solari?
I do not know how much I need, but now I have 4K.
Oh, okay. I'll give you like 20K. Maybe more. I don't even check how much it was. Oh, fuck. I'm out of fuel. Shiro, no! Oh, and I ditched it! Oh, no! Oh, fuck!
Artie, I could go help you.
No.
But if you stay on the thing, it doesn't take, your ship doesn't take damage.
I know. I was trying to press F to refuel it mid-air, but I pressed E instead.
Oh.
Oh, wait. No, I got 50,000. Is 50K enough?
Yeah, it should be fine. Do you have fuel? You're gonna like my ship. It's nice. I changed the color. Shit. Did Ben get his ship back?
I saw it spawn like literally the same day.
I see it here.
He said he found it with
No wings.
Okay, bring me a dispenser. You're coming over.
I send you an invite.
Can you bring me a dispenser?
I don't know where you are, so I have to.
I'm literally near Ben's base. I created it. You'll see me once you're here. I created a base.
Dispenser for what?
Like a dispenser so I can fly.
Oh. Your thing is, I'll let you borrow mine. And I can put my ship in on my thing. Is that your new base?
Huh?
Is this your new base? You should have done the shield.
I don't have them yet. I've been asking you guys where you get them. I can't.
So you get you go to research. Go to like your vehicles. No wait, not vehicles. What the heck? Construction stuff. Let's see. It's gonna be your steel products. It's gonna be the third one, the fourth one.
I already researched them.
Yeah, then you pretty much use your construction thing and look for it.
What the fuck is it? Hold on. Wait, have I had it this whole time?
Yes.
Special?
It's gonna be on utilities. And it's gonna be on your placeable sub-field console. It's the first one, yeah. And then utilities. It's gonna be the last two.
Oh, fuck, you scared me.
You had it all the time.
Yeah, how do I? Yeah. Can you access my storage?
Yes.
Okay, give me a second.
Is your thing broken or you just need a new one?
It's broken. I mean, I need a new one. I just honestly, I just recycle it and build a new one.
They look fine. Everything looks fine in there.
Oh no, I didn't put anything broken.
Oops. Okay. There we go. That's my new color. Black and red.
There's one where the front end is like different. It's like spider webby. I want that.
That's the. Yeah, I have to freaking. You have to buy those. This is the. I bought this one from. It was freaking expensive. This is the freaking what's this one? Let's see. This is the variant for the other side.
Ah!
You know, you should have done. You should have done the base by the.
Oh no! The reason that's up there is that I don't have permission to build anything in Fed Space, so I'm gonna build all our advanced equipment up there. Because I want to get the cargo. I've been doing the run by myself.
Yeah, I've been here and there. It's a freaking destiny.
Ben being a baby. Oh, I love that. Shit. We had enough materials to build a new one.
Well, it's right there. That's it.
I know. Okay, he's still being a baby.
Jeez. Oh yeah, I used the Remington for the stuff up here, for the like generators.
Generator?
Yeah, the top, they're right here, up here.
No, that's fine. That's what it's for. I mean, I'll make more runs in a minute.
We could take the big ship if you want.
Which one, Ben?
Mine. I have mine. And then I could give you permission to it, so if I'm not here, you could just use that.
Yeah, here, give me a second. Let me just finish my. Did we use all the cobalt paint?
I used it for the top things up there.
Okay, so we need cobalt paint.
Oh, that you have to go. That one you go to the freaking toxic waste place.
Oh, let me fix my system.
You might not be able to because you need the room gun, whatever. How much do you use it, Marty? Oh, you made me up. you pay your taxes already?
Every time I go, I owe 0. So.
Park it on the middle of that. Wait, is this the assault officer? Yes. Yes, it is.
I want the carrier. I want the carrier, and I want to put enough equipment for a base so I can just fight in the deep desert.
Sandstorm. And it's coming, I don't know from where. us, so we're fine. Am I getting closer? Right here. That's gonna get it closer. If it lets me.
Yeah, deposit.
Okay. We'll put it right here in the battle. You know what would have been nicer? I think we could pretty much build a buggy here and dismantle it when we leave. Huh? I could dismantle my buggy.
I don't know, because I have mine. I've thought about putting that in my ornithopter, but I'm like, I need either the cargo or the assault.
Yeah.
Make it viable. And also, if you fill up the, you'll only be able to use the ornithopter storage to bring it back. Unless you put like a little base for it or something.
I could pretty much have a few pieces of the buggy on me. You should be able to ride it too, so.
Oh fuck. So that's why I'm surfing, let's go.
This is my place where I come and get my aluminium. To be honest, I could bring my other scout ornithopter on my little thing, and I can put the pieces there too.
Alright, can the cargo ornithopter carry the buggy?
No.
That's retarded.
It's too small to carry stuff.
It carries that other vehicle. The Spice One.
Get in here. I don't think there's more in. Is this storage full? It shouldn't be full.
It's heavy. It makes sense. We also collected a lot.
Oh, it is, yeah. You can go back. You could drive. If you want to. You're in the driver's seat, so you can drive.
I am not in the driver's seat.
Yeah, you are.
I'm pressing buttons right now.
Look at your icon. No, I'm in here. No, I'm here. I'm inside. I'm like in the back behind you guys. Right behind you. So I got the Lego set for, and I got this freaking on the top there.
They have the Lego sets? Oh, I guess that makes sense.
Yeah. It was freaking huge.
How much was it?
160 something.
That's actually not that bad. I remember that when I was a kid, I got the Star Wars one, like one of the Galaxy ones, that was like almost $200.
Yeah. There's the freaking one of them that's like $800 and it's huge. It's done. You went to the other assault one. I did too. Almost 68.
You got 168?
That's 268. If you did it. Yep.
Cobalt face and titanium. There, my buggy got the thing.
Is it? Let's say we'll mark what?
Mark 5?
Then dismantle it and put the items here. Don't roll with that, it makes you slow.
But it's got an upgraded back instead of
you pretty much you could drop it. You don't have to. Okay, there we go. This thing right here, I think. I'm not able to carry these two. Take that thing off here.
Definitely like the red tinting in the front.
We're gonna go get the other one. the other scout one. The one with the storage. You take this one, I'll take the other one. Oh.
What other one?
I'm gonna take the scout one, but pretty much whenever we wanna go back, we just take it on like the items on this one with the buggy, so we can just dispense with it.
I'll follow you. I don't know what's that.
Okay, so where is this thing? What's over here? This being. I'm like on top of the, you know, like where you always farm for aluminium, like on top of the like rocks.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, come down here so I can give you some. So I was giving you some aluminum I was farming here. and built it.
Huh?
Do you want to build it or?
Oh, yeah, I'll build it.
You want to do it here or over here where there's a few of them?
You should do it top though, so that I can grab all the shit forward and jump it.
Okay then. Because if we do it over there, it's gonna. Oh yeah, we should be able to get it. Yeah. Up here, yeah. One of my abilities.
Or just at least there's ult on me, bro.
That's not even my ultimate. Give me access to a turret, or you drive or I'll drive.
I can turret. I like turret.
Then give me access to drive then. Yeah, that's one, there's three, ours are right here. Let me go a little bit. It's done. We should be able to make it from here up there. Let me see. I might be. Oh, let's go. Let's go. That's gonna go. No, it's gonna go. Oh, we made it! Okay, do we go this way? Okay, that way.
check the inventory on this vehicle?
Let me check. We have 903.
No, I mean, look how much volume I have.
$2,500. 2,250. So we don't want to go that way. We're gonna go this back here. I know we could go the safe way route.
Oh, right there.
But there's one in the corner right there.
Hiding on it. The buggy needs to be able to use the computer and equipment thing for the depot. It has
What, your right side? Oh. I think that should be it for this right here. Yeah, I think that's all for this big piece right here.
make it up there.
Where? I doubt it. I doubt it.
No, let's go the safe route. Honestly, we could leave the buggy here and bring people out.
No, because it's a big thing.
Give me a second. Just leave it right here. We'll bring them up.
No, also this way right here. If it lets me. I doubt it's gonna let me. Weapon. Stop. Oh, leave. Come get the stuff from this buggy. The buggy don't have anything. Do you want to go to the other side too with the buggy? I do have fuel, so we're good on that.
If you have one too, I'm pretty sure because I made you code or you can break it down.
Detach. There you go. I got two
I think
pieces.
I fit it all on.
Yes, only two pieces. You can't.
I have it all on.
No, I have two of them on me. Yes. Well, I have three of them. We can start from a big top one. Except from here. From this. Yeah. Okay, I'm gonna have it here. There you go. Now you might have to drop a few things so you can grab it. I believe so, yeah.
Alright, I'm gonna go.
Okay. You're good. Okay, so the big one is full, so we could pretty much fill this one. There's a PvP area here? The heck? It's trying to change it. You didn't give me access to this. No, I have to put fuel in it.
What do you mean you don't have access? You're a solo?
No, I'm not.
I have to do it every time.
Yeah, because you're dismantling it.
Is that better?
Yeah. There's a thing from over here. And PvP. That's not it. Over here. Oh, so this is a PvP area. What the fuck? That's what it was giving us. I think that's off from here. Oh, the big one. We could use the little one now. Oh, I'm gonna have to give you access to this. So I think you have access to the other one, not this. There you go. And that should be it.
Oh no, my welding torch. Oh, do you have one?
That's what I'm doing. Let's see if I'm going to take this thing out. It's not letting me. Here, use it. It's not letting me.
Hold on, I'm giving you permission. You should have permission, you're calling him.
Use it for a bit. I think you picked the things up again. Yeah. Oh, you got him. Okay.
Did I get everything?
I got three parts, so. ready. I got it. Taking me 326. Here's your parts for your buggy. What the heck did I do? Did I put money in there?
Yeah, I thought you were taking that money back. Oh, shit, here.
My Y just went crazy and put a bunch of...
Where did I take that was yours?
I don't know what I put. I think I don't know what I
don't know what you gave me. I think it's mostly my part. I think it's just Solari. Here, let me,
Oh, freaking me. You have corpses on the bottom.
Sector weather alert. A large sandstorm is approaching.
To the base and then I'm going to the village so I can go see how much the other stuff costs.
Sector weather alert. A large sandstorm is approaching.
You make the marks 5. Torching 2.
Sector weather alert. A large sandstorm is approaching.
Shields up! Hit the alarm!
Get the
Die!
bastard!
Shield! here. Who's that?
I require assistance.
Someone's here. I see someone.
And besides that,
Someone here.
someone here.
Let's get
I see
that.
someone.
Enemy sighted. Reveal yourself. Reveal yourself.
There.
I see someone. Reveal yourself. I require backup. Someone's here. To arms! The water is mine. Get them! Fire in the hole!
How do you make them?
Yeah.
It's gonna be on your. Let me see where exactly it is. It's not this one. It's gonna be in the garnet fabricator. Yeah, you could do it with aluminum and the other one. We got to unlock them. If you haven't unlocked them. You haven't unlocked them yet. It's gonna be the one in the, like, the hammer one. So it's gonna be aluminum, yeah, or the. I'll do the aluminum one because we have aluminum.
Sector weather alert. A large sandstorm is approaching. Sector weather alert. A large sandstorm is approaching.
Your thing is getting filled. Your toxic thing. So you need 400. So yeah, I think you have to build more generators.
What happened?
You have to build more generators because you're low power. Oh, damn it, I'm stuck.
Look.
someone here. Who's that? I've got your back.
there with pizza. There with other tables. Back there. I know they have some Subway coupon. Look at his face. He's so upset when I wake up. It looks like it's starting to like break it. Yeah, but it's not fully through. Yeah. It does, but it doesn't seem like it's hurting.
I'm surprised how long it's doing. I've heard a lot of other YouTubers out there.
It's the other one, like the circle ones. Elias. He's gonna be a mama's boy. Right, Artie?
I need to start mining from Plastanium. And for all the advanced stuff I need Plastanium and I need a bunch of those servos. I'll see you in a minute, Shay.
Gave Ben.
Yeah, but I'm close. We only need the servos for the other. Oh my god. Oh my god, I'm still falling.
You need the full suspension one. That would just take you all the way up. made it already. Just one swoop. Ching.
Huh?
Oh yeah, I can't get in.
My base?
Yeah.
Let me find it. I don't even remember where it is. How do I give you permission to enter my base? Like somewhere around right there. Get it.
Here. I got you, alright. I got you.
So you put it on?
Yep. I was farming for those. Well, I was in the research center, so I got them.
I also need to make that wall a little bit taller. What? No, I think it fits in here, right?
What you need to it's kind of coming out. Let's see. It's the rings are kind of tall. That's the thing. To be honest, you can make it square and it should work. You don't need these curves. No, you don't. You can make it.
I'm doing that because that's where the generators are going to go.
Oh.
I'm just building them now.
I see. So. freaking Marty.
You're pressing E instead of W. I need to change that hotkey.
You're pressing E, well, you have to hold it to get out.
Yeah, but if I'm holding down W to climb up.
Oh. Well, for me, it's B or X. I don't remember. I'm using controller.
Honestly, that's probably a better key. B would be a better key, to be honest with you. Right on top of the screen.
One fucking titanium though, dude. I'm the luckiest man in the world.
Hello? Hello, Ben.
500,000 fucking liter capacity. You guys left it empty. The fuck?
Last time I was there, it was
Yeah, I've also been collecting a shit ton of fucking material, so okay, I lapsed on the water. I apologize, you have a shit ton of fucking shit. Congratulations. There's a bunch of bodies at the bottom that I've been collecting. I just haven't been walking them out because I just did something.
I took the buggy, so I should be able to grab a bunch.
There's no other way to get in. This one doesn't have any. Buggy something? What? No, where is my... Why is it over there? For a planetologist, where is the last thing you have to go to?
I have to look it up.
Because when I was looking at the YouTube video, it really doesn't... Mine went a different route. I don't know what the heck I did.
have Research Station 163.
Let's do.
That's in the Udom. Western side, just below the shield wall.
63, yes, I do.
You have number 71.
Yep.
You have number 142.
142, let's see. Yeah, 142, yep.
But I'm not entirely sure, to be honest.
So the last time I did was I went to Aqua Village, talked to one of the guys, and then went back to talk to him, and then that's it. Like he's not giving me any option.
That's usually when you have to find him somewhere. Have you done the one at the bottom of the chasms?
I'm not sure.
Research Station 29 in the northeast in the Haga Rift.
29, yes, I have. Should I just go back again in there and see if he's there?
I don't know.
In the video, he went to the other village. And then for me, it took me to the Marco village.
Or you can talk to Piper or the other guy.
Oh.
It doesn't really differentiate unless you are like hostile with one of them, I guess.
Kind of, yeah, maybe. Unless I have to go back to the other village and I might just try that.
In my experience, when he doesn't give you any options to speak to him, you just have to run into him on the overworld now. At one of the research stations. I don't know, I wouldn't Google it though.
He's already here just collecting a bunch of stuff. Yeah, 500 of the, I don't know what the heck was that, and then almost 1,000.
What's the goal? Trying to build a bunch of, trying to build my own.
Plastanium, I think it is, or the other one, I don't know what it's called.
Good. Just gonna need some for a big project too, so I was breaking in some before.
Wait. I'm gonna need a taste of some of that.
Well, that's how much. Because I did do a lot of aluminum running a couple days ago, and I definitely didn't use that myself.
How much aluminum is there? Because I literally just made a pump.
How much do you use?
You know what? Don't worry about it. I'll do my last one here. Put on my other base.
We have plenty. Just asking how much you need. You put in a bunch of work to do the metal. I just gonna take it. Yeah, I was just saying, I would like to use some of it too. I did do some jasmine and aluminum.
I did like 1,000 of jasmine today, like literally an hour ago.
In and out of the red zone.
Yeah, I kind of want to put a base at the tip at the bottom. Little spot.
I will be back soon.
Sector weather alert. A large sandstorm is approaching. Weather alert. A large sandstorm is approaching. Sector weather alert. A large sandstorm is approaching.
Son of a bitch. Why is somebody's buggy in the hangar?
Because they were transporting it in and out of one of the helicopters.
So
we went by neighbor.
We were dismantling it and then and putting it back together at the site. We were pretty much farming.
Well, at least park it in the corner there. If you're gonna park it in the hangar, please.
Where is the station? Is it more down here? Yep. So I have to go find them in station 29. I already finished this and I already got the thing, so I just have to talk to him again. I'll seize it. I don't have to go back in there. So I'm guessing I have to go talk to him. Be careful, a storm is coming. If you're coming back here.
Everyone's hogging the titanium.
Sector weather alert. A large sandstorm is approaching.
Which one of you guys was was building all those power rigs on the roof?
That would be me.
Thank you very much. That saves me time. That was the project I was working on. Corpses in around 40 minutes ago. We'll have a good chunk of water and whatnot. Part of what I'm doing, all of this, that's what I was getting the duraluminum and stuff for, was upgrading the power systems. And I was upgrading the power systems so that we could upgrade the water systems. Huh?
Do we need more duraluminum, or should I keep desert?
For now, if you have the recipe for those, what do you call it? Those rooftop, what do you call it? The power generators we have on the roof. Those are the priority. Whatever you need to build those, that's what we need right now.
I can't build them because I don't have permission to build them.
Well, if you have the recipe, you can collect. No. It is the wind turbine directional. It's duraluminum, cobalt paste, calibrated servokes, and spice. Yeah. Problem is, it's like 120 duraluminum each, 160 cobalt each.
You know how much we have?
372. We have a little over 1,000 cobalt, 284 servokes, 25 spice. So we have enough for a bit more of that stuff, but I am seeing what a power needs. We are gonna...
Well, let me know when you're ready for a spice run. We have the 2 giant ornithopters this year.
Yeah. We have the... You mean the 2 assault doctors, or do you mean the carrier?
Assault doctors. We're trying to build a carrier. That's why I need some of the Plastadium and some of the...
Part of the reason why I am holding off on that first is the sheer quantity of water we're going to need, plus the amount of power it's going to take. We needed to upgrade and streamline our water and power systems before we start bringing all that shit here. You've seen how much water we run through on the duraluminum. Like, the fact that I filled this up the other day, and I think I left it at like 400,000. This isn't like me talking shit or anything. I'm trying to calculate how much water storage we're going to need and how many of these upgraded casks we'll need. Because part of what I'm trying to calculate too with the power needs is replacing those casks with the advanced ones for giving us like 45,000 per corpse instead of what the other one is.
Also, the carrier software helps us get a bunch of spice, and it helps that it has a large capacity because they're mining a lot of shit. It's less trips around.
Well, the problem is we're also going to need to get the, what do you call it? We are also going to need to get the spice truck to make the carry-all worth it.
Yeah, the capacity alone is already worth it, I think. There's something that can fly.
We need silicone blocks. We have complex machinery. We'll need more. But we just need a bunch of duraluminum now, too.
We have a lot of silicone blocks. So I put a lot of stuff in here.
Yeah, but I'm also working on replacing all these casks. I got our first advanced one up, and I am going to get all 4 of them replaced before I rip up the old ones.
So
it's a matter of power.
There's a bunch of duraluminum buildings, so I'm gonna hold off on the duraluminum. Cobalt paste, I'm pretty sure we have a fuck ton of that.
But the other thing is that we're pretty much out of water. That's why everything's on pause right now for production. That's why I spent some of our limited duraluminum at the moment on another corpse still. But this one is the advanced frame and death still, so.
I can build those.
Right now, we have an excess of power even after I stripped off a bunch of that shit up there. I am contemplating moving all of our corpse production up here onto the mezzanine level.
I don't think just add another floor.
Huh?
Add another building and just make it floor on floor of death cells.
Eventually, but for now, I have to be conscious of our power needs. And if I'm perfectly honest, I am going to be replacing all of these generators with the rooftop generators anyway. I could turn this entire mezzanine level into corpse production. I think I'm actually going to do that at the moment. Move all the corpse stuff up here for now.
Would it be worth doing the advanced frame and death stills and the large wood traps?
What's up? What were you doing?
We have one advanced wind trap up on the roof. If you want to check what it takes to build their filters and keep them fueled, go for it. But I honestly think that the amount of water is negligible unless we get like a bunch of them and produce them
the way I'm looking at it is we need to keep refilling the dead stills, right? The large wind traps, as long as we place the filter every once in a while, those just kind of operate by themselves.
Yeah, if you want to build a few filters, you can toss them in there. There's a reason I haven't deleted the one on the roof.
So I might go actually make another duraluminum.
You go for it. Again, I'm trying to deal with the water production here by shuffling things about. Room for more death stills, that kind of thing.
Hey Ben, can you do me a giant favor?
What's that?
I'm like, I don't know, 10 kilometers away from the base. Can you bring me some large fuel thing that I forgot?
Like always. Oh, I'll invite you. Let's see.
spares lying about, or did you just mix some? Artie, do you have some in storage, or?
I think he's not there yet.
I'm back. Sorry about that. No, I don't. I brought back some fuel cells that I just dropped into your store for the purpose of making vehicles.
Artie. Oodle.
Man, it's empty. Oh, wait, never mind.
What?
No, never mind, it lagged.
And how the fuck is there a container there?
I did. I accessed the container. It lagged for a minute. Okay, I already got it. It went into my inventory like a few seconds ago.
Why did I have the boulevard? Why did I have
Literally never happened. That's weird.
Didn't I have a big water thing on the top of this? What happened to that?
Like a collector, like a still or whatever?
Yeah, I had a large wind trap on this.
I had not touched
I had a large wind trap. It was right as you came out of the fucking... Made a bunch of filters for it. Damn it. Definitely did not tear that down. currently raiding the cycle corpses, but I went on a raid to collect industrial pumps so that we can upgrade our water systems for larger cisterns.
I don't know if you guys in a little bit. You guys want to run the spice raid. That's really the only thing that we'd be pretty cool at.
Spice itself. I'm not critically right. I'm not very low.
Well, I mean, we need it for literally everything we're gonna do.
Yeah.
already checked it out.
Oh shit! That's bitchin'. God damn, the whole color scheme. What the fuck?
And that's what the Solaria I asked for. I got.
That is fucking sexy. See, this is the best looking one, I think.
Sector weather alert. A large sandstorm is approaching. Sector weather alert.
You gotta hurry out here, the storm is coming.
Sector weather alert? Is that what I heard?
Yes.
Yeah, ready.
Early.
so aggressive.
Someone's here. I'm out. Reload.
one free for a spice run or no?
Radiation zone, snatching spice.
What?
I am already in the radiation zone, snatching spice, and I am running from the worm. I'm on my second patch. I was getting the jasmium crystal when I spotted a spice patch on the other side of the radiation zone, and then while I was mining that, another spice detonation happened in the radiation zone just on the edge, and now I'm harvesting that.
I'm just doing my Mantat class upgrades.
Brought back like 2,000 jasmium, which is the average for my run. Not bad, but it only amounts to about 200 and something duraluminum. I end up spending a decent amount of time in the radiation zone, and there's always spice out here. It's just sometimes a pain in the ass to harvest it. This one went quick though, because it was right next to a rocky outcropping. So I just got the whole patch and I only pissed it off twice.
The size of the radiation zone grows and shrinks, doesn't it? Because there was a patch at the bottom earlier today, and now it extends from the top to the bottom.
I'm not sure, but I do know that if you can build a base that gets shielded, I think it can protect against radiation, but I'm not entirely sure. I would be interested in running an experiment to see if you can just shield a base to protect you from rads. Because if you can just set up a little jasmium farm. All you need is a little hut. Just hang out in a little cluster.
I'm kind of thinking of doing that for titanium. The only real titanium vein in the deep desert right now. It's being hogged by literally everybody. Everyone built a base around it.
Yeah, I get annoyed by people like that. And you needed the PvE area, or and PvP included? Shit, I'm racing into the sandstone. Oh, they gave me a 2-minute warning, like 10 seconds ago, and now, oh yeah, because I'm heading into the storm. Son of a bitch. Oh shit, yeah, I need to land and hunker. Oh shit. This is one of those research stations that's a big hole in the ground. Can I make it? I'll probably have to kill everyone in this hole as soon as I get down there, but I made it.
There shouldn't be anyone in the hole.
I made it, Shiro. I'm gonna roll through and I'm actually sheltered.
Is there a storm coming?
Yeah.
Oh, I'm not there. I'm going back and forth to freaking villages.
I made it into one of the little holes at the research station with the assault chopper. It's actually sheltering me from the storm.
Because now Mantat is the only class I need to finish. To have it all complete.
Assuming you're doing that to finish your levels. I'm at 131 because I'm not in that much of a rush. As soon as I stopped getting research points for levels, I was like, man.
Yeah, it's a freaking pain. You have to look for those research points
on the menu
list. Yep.
Completion is cool, but yeah. Oh yeah, and I finally got one of those, what do you call it? The spice detonation caches, and I got something called an Opifire gem, 6 of them. It's nice. I also got a pair of gloves. These Doom Man heavy gloves. I didn't let me check what it was, because I was bolting from a worm when I saw it. That was hilarious. I was very nervous because I had to go into the store, but I made it to that research station just in time. That was great. So proud of myself, dude. I have to go all the way down. Going back with 995 units of spice sand. Just under 10 units of spice. Not terrible for what it was.
I'm going in and doing a jet in front. I don't know if you want to do a deep desert spice run if you want.
At some point, maybe. Collect samples. The sample. Wait. Who the heck is? Where are they shooting me from? Oh. You're right, yeah.
I gotta go back to the next link.
Can you leave me some of the water from this next batch? I've been trying to queue up their aluminum for a little bit.
All I've been doing is
coming back. Huh?
All I've been doing is chopping shit up. I tried to fill one of my flaps earlier, but I don't know where
somebody keeps queuing things up that take up the entire raw water supply instead of like entering an amount that still leaves us some. And I haven't spoken up about it, but I keep coming back to empty water supply, so please. Like, I haven't done all of it yet. I can't even fill up my liter jug. What the heck is this thing? I can't find that. Oh, collect blood samples. I should read more often. I'm so damn stupid. Oh, where is this guy? So, locate the leader. Oh, where are you, leader? Are we killing him?
freaking kick this. Just knee him and kill him. Take a sample from the leader. Bring blood back. Okay.
be back.
did that. Oh, we're fat. Huh?
He finally fell asleep.
Yeah, but you don't get to stab it. That guy. In the movie yesterday.
Did you let that skill?
Have you watched How to Train a Dragon? Live action?
Which one?
How to Train a Dragon?
How to Train. We never watched How to Train Your Dragon, did we?
Well, there's a live action one.
No.
It was one of the few movies I mentioned over and over that I wanted to see.
Is it still in theaters?
No.
It isn't?
No.
Really?
It should be on Peacock.
It's on Peacock. But listen, there was so many movies out.
There was, but I mentioned that one several times that I wanted to see.
I know, I'm sorry.
Get out of the way. No, cat.
Beat the cat. Beat him.
Fucking trip. No.
Eat that booty.
What's the cat do?
What does the fox say?
What does the fox say, Shay?
The cat's gone with me.
mean it's fucked up? I mean, you gotta recycle your water, Shay.
Hello, hello.
You deposit a corpse. What? We haven't seen. We have a fridge full of corpses right here. Fucking the option.
get hit already?
Huh?
I just saw you walk up there naked.
Oh,
or did
no.
it just take us?
Oh no, I was replacing my, I was in the suit you're in, and I just put this in. I was just repairing some of my stuff. I was getting rid of my old Holtzman shield, it was more red than usable. Making a new one. Not the shield, but the battery, sorry. I'm down to my last water jug.
Go check. Check the tanks. What I'm hoping to do here is add several more water tanks and add a couple more of the advanced death stills. Once we have that kind of production rolling.
I definitely do feel like adding the extra passive water collectors would definitely boost our
I don't know what the fuck happened to it. I didn't tear it down.
I don't have permission to build or tear shit
It was
down.
literally sitting right here.
I do not have permission to build or tear anything.
But I'm gonna dip off for now so I can eat my dinner. Why do you guys keep boxing in my fucking vehicles? Somebody boxed in my buggy the other day and I had to like shuffle step out, and now somebody parked like a jackass right in front of my thopter. I park like this so that I'm not in everybody's way. Sorry, I'm a little bit salty because I had to spend like 10 minutes getting my buggy out to go collect fuel. I ended up just tearing it down and rebuilding it. There you go. I might be back on in a bit. I may not. If either way, I'll probably be on during the day tomorrow before the game, and most definitely afterwards. If we end up playing. Later, James.
See you. gotta get off 40. I'll be on tomorrow. See you tomorrow.
What are you doing out in these blasted wastes? I suppose you may call me. I studied for a time to be a... Yes, I graduated Arrakis. The war, like a questing... Of course, you may ask. Hearken to our words. The shadows are listening. It is not merely the fault. All of that in the city... House Wheatress, we were also meant to come. We achieved these lofty goals. You may call me. I studied. That is a very... I graduated at Arrakis. The war, like a... Of course, you may...
I have nothing to show to Harkonnen sympathizers.
I greet you on behalf of House Rashiz. I am Asher Vandor. We serve House Rashiz. House, perhaps a momentary complicate. To be honest, after we embraced having it what rises, jealous through a series of during the great but we've made great. House Rashid, perhaps our crowning achievement, is the use of reflective mirrors to a momentary complicate. To be honest,
It is strange for one such as you to talk to one such as me. I calculated that you might approach me. Defectors can prove valuable. How your hesitation suggests you...
Big drama, baby. God. That's totally you. That's your little drama. A big drama, baby. Love and attention. Don't tell me what to do, bitch. party, baby. Did I eat too much? Little party, baby. Doesn't care. I'm just translating for you. It says fuck you and fuck your name. Says you're being unfair. He says you suck butts. I'm just translating. I speak. Hey! 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 Chill! He's like you. When I tell him to chill, he gets angrier. Let's breathe. Let's breathe. being more active, we'd be chasing them. He corners them up on the tree. Hi, Katie. A nub nub. A nub nub nub. A monkey monkey monkey. A monkey monkey monkey. A monkey man. Yeah. Chihuahua. Come here. Come here. Come here.